To Mystic Moons. We'll get started in just a moment. So just give me a minute or two. So welcome. Last Wednesday, I think, I went out and there was a woman who was sitting behind me. She kept on, I moved my chair twice where I was sitting, and she followed me twice while I was waiting for maybe hours. Right on Christmas Eve, and there was this woman with this horrible cold, coughing all around. And the first time I heard her cough, she was behind me. I was like, oh no. I am going to catch that cold, aren't I? And so I moved, and then she followed me. There was no other place to go. And I've been fighting it over the past couple of days, over the past, 5 days now? But I am fully in this germ. I could tell my throat's going to go. I haven't started coughing yet, but I could tell I'm going to. I'm pretty hot. I have a headache. I have sinuses that are clogged up like crazy. Well, that's just aggravating. Who wants to be sick, right? Hello. Who wants to, especially ring in the last week of the year, sick? Well, of course, one could say that obviously our body internalizes illnesses or externalizes illnesses precisely because we need to slow down. Ah, well, hello. I hope you're staying warm in London. A way for our bodies to say, now's the time to slow down, sleep more. But there's always such a resistance for me to do that. And I think from some of the other people I noticed too, there's a resistance. There must be a resistance in general, because why do you see so many people who should be home, out and about? Maybe you remember when you were a kid, there was always another kid or several kids in which they were sent to school, even though they had colds. My household always kept me home when I was sick, but there was plenty of people that sent their kids off so they'd be sick for a couple of days. Once I worked a job, and of course you have your coworkers who come to work sick. Once I had a job for an ad agency in the city, and there was one guy there who was the head of project management, a Korean man who always wore high-heeled boots. And he had the worst cold in September, and that cold persisted all the way through February or March. The worst cold ever. Went around sneezing the whole place over. He would not take a day off. He was there from pretty much 7:30 in the morning to maybe 8 p.m. at night. His sneezes in this large open office floor plan, you could hear it like it was right next to you. He was horribly sick. I think everybody caught some of his germs too at some point. Anyway, just some of the thoughts going through my head about germs. And while thinking about germs and what attaches itself to us and what doesn't, I wanted to go and see what is going to reappear, or at least what will try to reappear to us next year. 2026, a whole new vibration, a vibration of 10, finalization, and also 2, new beginnings. But certain things are stubborn. Certain things reappear. So let's go and find out what precisely are, or one of those things that will follow. For these signs, I really leave it up to you how you feel your chart is aspected with the energies. Sun, moon, rising are the 3 most typical signs that people pay attention to. I'm not really feeling with this question of any other sorts of energies as I do with the other readings that I do. So I leave that up to you. I hear my other cat crying in the background. He's been really angsty all morning long. Oh, that reminds me. Also this morning, well, last night actually, we just came out of a snowstorm. Okay, Coachy, quiet. You can't just meow like that. Quiet. And as there has been so much snow, really a lot of snow dumped outside, everything is all icy. The pipes are also all frozen. I have no water at all. I've had no water actually since 5 p.m. yesterday. And when I went to go and complain about it, they were like, it's winter. Hello. That's what happens. So that's also a little irritating this morning is no water. I mean, can't they go and find some maintenance person to go down and, I don't know, warm up the pipes? Especially all my plants need water. Anyway, so yeah, well, just thinking about all the sorts of things that pop up. And I guess, too, I'll say that there was one place I was in when I was in college in which every winter the pipes froze. And I discovered that the way to go and keep the pipes running in that building, especially since the pipes essentially were not in an insulated or sheltered area at all, was to keep the water running all night. That was the only way to stop the water from freezing. And when I moved here, and a couple days ago, I was thinking about that. I was thinking, do I have to keep the water running in order for the pipes to freeze? And I was like, nah, that's over. Not going to happen. That was then. Because I can say I haven't dealt with that issue since that one particular time in college. But I was thinking about it the other day. So anyway, let's go and see what could attempt to follow us in through this year, or next year rather. Doesn't have to be anything particularly from this year, but anything from the past. Maybe it's something that's welcomed. Maybe it's something that's not. Maybe it's something that you'll block. Thank you for the like. Let's go and see something that we should be aware of, something that is going to try and wiggle its way back to our attention. Yes, if you appreciate my time, do let me know. Do give me a thumbs up. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for the like. I hear my cat purring tremendously now. She must be happy. How cute. A happy cat. Well, that's pretty much what she is. A happy pussycat. All right. Thank you for the like. She's like, she feels love. So she's like, surely I must nibble something. No, you don't have to nibble anything. You don't have to nibble that begonia either. Come on. Why don't you just go lay down and be a good girl? You're going to lay down and be a good girl? Well, she says she's a good girl regardless. That's true. But she doesn't have to sniff every plant like it's a flower. She is very much sniffing everything. No, like a plant, like a flower. Okay, she's showing off. Come on, little girl. No chewing plants. Okay, we're going to go and let her go on her merry way. And not worry about which plant she's going to sniff in the throngs of excitement. She likes to garden. All right, so the first sign we're going to begin with, let's go and see. Well, that's kind of open to me. We'll start off with fire. So, fire signs. Let's start off with Aries. So that would be an Aries sun, moon, rising. Aries collective, what in 2026 It's going to reappear for you. What will attempt to reappear for you? Eight of Wands, 10 of Wands. Well, responsibilities or attempted responsibilities, Aries. Aries, there are some things that have reached their course, reached their lifeline. Responsibilities, Aries, that you accepted. Protocols to Aries that you accepted to go and walk into, be a part of, adhere to, and support. But that's pretty much run its course, Aries. A benefit, if any, Aries, that you acquired from it is pretty much over. Aries energy coming up here is quite some strong Sagittarius and Taurus energies. Aries, perhaps you know somebody with those energies, significant, one or the other or both. Aries, if you have Taurus or Sagittarius in your own chart, I would see that Taurus energy, Aries, as where you could, for your own chart, I could see that as what has been a gain for you, what has been an asset for you, and an innate asset that you could use. You had to develop it, of course. You just couldn't, have it sit there and shine on its own. But it was something that you could work with, Aries, something that gave you influence, something that gave you space and standing amongst others. If you have some Taurus placements, I'd also say too, in this energy of a Sagittarius, Aries, if you have some Sagittarius placements, Aries, this could be where you adopt too much, get too tightly or closely ingrained with some things that Aries, once you start getting into, it's hard for you to separate yourself from. These are the thing, Aries, that once you start to touch, and then you want to clear yourself, rid yourself, get yourself to a place not so chaotic, perhaps, where that Sagittarius energy, Aries, you can't, because it's like a snake. And as time goes by, Aries, another coil and another coil and another coil continues to wrap itself around you. Aries, I would say that if you have those two placements in your chart, that would be how this energy would be expressed. If you're dealing with some people in this energy, Aries, a Taurus, or a Sagittarius, or someone with significant energies of both, I'm just going to say that could be somebody in that energy too. Not really getting pros and cons. All I know, Aries, is that there was something that you could support, something that served you well to get to a certain level, Aries, of responsibility. It enriched your life. It also brought meaning to your life. You also contributed to others or other gains quite well. But ultimately, Aries, as you did so, you've been pulling a lot of weight in the midst of that. Just as much benefit as you received from whatever this may be, Aries, you certainly worked a lot for it. Worked for it, Aries. And not just because you could, but because you felt responsible to it, because you were tied to it, because you believed in it, Aries. That's why you gave not just 100%, but you gave 500%. with 8 of Wands here. 8 of Wands is our main energy. So first of all, Aries, I'm going to say that once someone or something experiences a good thing, Aries, very hard to let go, Aries. After all, Aries, very hard to find those who truly care and can make a difference. Because Aries, with your energy, your care, your attention, your work, Aries, you definitely make a difference. And what I have here, as you could find other avenues for you to invest in, other avenues for you to have interest in, and likewise, doorways opening up, completely different from the situation we just went in, Aries. Aries. Well, as I said, once you find a good thing, Aries, very few want to let go of it. As you move on, Aries, that which you have been committed to will follow you. So 8 of Wands gets a Page of Pentacles, 10 of Swords, and Temperance. Very strong Sagittarius energy here, Aries. I actually hear one of the water running. One moment. I have all the water spigots turned on so I could tell when something's going on. I think somewhere has water in it. I'll be back in 1 second. It's just a trickle. What I'm really waiting for is the shower to come on. So that way I know that the pipes are truly unblocked. Anyway, Aries, so we have some significant Sagittarius energy throughout your chart. I could also say too, Aries, in late fall, some lines have been probably drawn for you as well, Aries, pretty much this time period, right? Really seeing about how far you could go and continue in the situation that you're in, what you have been building out, how far has it gotten you? Also too, all the hopes that you have in the current path that you've been on, Aries, at least towards that matter that we're talking about. Where does that lead you? Where is the growth and the viability there, Aries? So this bottom of the deck energy, Aries, this is interesting, Aries, in the energy that's coming up here. Because it's like there's nothing left to give or nothing left to give that's meaningful. What you have given really should have resulted in the brightest blooms. And, you could see, Aries, that what you've done and where it's gotten you is just stillness. Continue, things can continue, but do they grow? They haven't grown yet, Aries. They won't continue to grow for any significant time upcoming to Aries. It's a status, Aries, that just stretches on. But ultimately, Aries, what I see for you, I see new doorways opening up for you. I see, as I said, someone who Well, there was someone or something that you believed in quite strongly, Aries, and you put a significant amount of investment into it. Not just, this past year, but in general. And Aries, that investment ultimately, Cat's like, do I get to go and share in a space? Maybe we'll move, Aries. No. She says, oh, but, we can go and sniff the plants. No, don't. She's like nipping the edges of my begonia to be cute. It's very distressing for me because that's a cutting. Like a little stick I got this for, and it actually bloomed all of these leaves in the last 2 months. Come on. She's like knowing that I take pride in that. These are all the plants that in my other growing areas, they weren't doing well, so I brought them down here to keep a closer eye on them. She says we can keep a close eye on them together. That's why she has the harness on her. I can't trust her. Unless she's in front of my face. No, stop that. Okay. She says, oh, I'm so hurt. Okay, anyway, these are the entertainment I have going in front of me. And as I am a cat fanatic, I think it's pretty cute. So yes, Aries, I see basically responsibility following you as you go off to a new direction, a new phase. Aries, you can continue to invest in that which you've already done, but you're not going to make any significant headway. If you give this time, if you give this space, if you remain where you are. I'd say you've already given it a really good run, Aries. And Aries, it's time to go and prioritize yourself first and what you want, where you want to go, what you want to do. Because ultimately, too, Aries, time is short. Make the most of it, Aries. With tomorrow and even today. Okay, come on, stop that. She just took the tip of my little red begonia and she broke it and then she spat it out. Come on, no. Not fair. She knows that that's one of my favorite plants. I really am enthralled with that plant and how well it's been growing. I'm going to take her away. This is literally one of my favorite plants. And it was literally just that stump right there. And all of these branches and leaves came out on it. And no, stop it. And then she put a hole in it. She's been tearing off little chunks of it. She's been tearing it like paper. Not to eat, but just to destroy it. You can tell that I really, really like this plant. It's the type of begonia. I forgot the name of it. No. But it's the ones with the pink dots. And it has really red leaves. Oh, it's a gorgeous plant. This is like one of my favorite plants cuttings I have. Come on, stop it. No. Come on. Just tore a little tip. Actually, let me give her some food. Of course, I feel like I'm being played now. This is how they get fat. Anyway, let's go on to the next fire sign. That would be Let's go into Sagittarius. We had such strong Sagittarius energy. Why not? Looks like 3 cards popped out for you, Sagittarius. A direction to make you happy, Sagittarius. You can't sacrifice what makes you feel, or should I say what makes you feel good. Sagittarius is just as important as perhaps what you can gain outside of those things you can't touch or can't buy. Anyway, Sagittarius, I have a 5 of Cups of the things that wants to follow you here. I have some Scorpio energy and some Aquarius energy following here. Sagittarius. Also, too, this is like energy, Sagittarius, the things that you can't control. You can't control how people behave, how people react, what people plan to do, Sagittarius. This is like being upset, or the upset, Sagittarius, that happen around you outside of your control, regardless of how you act. You know, certain things, Sagittarius, certain people, Sagittarius, well, they're going to walk into fire, Sagittarius, or walk into the ocean, Sagittarius, or walk off a cliff, Sagittarius. That's their prerogative. Whether or not you follow them into that, Sagittarius, that's yours. But someone's direction, Sagittarius, can't be changed if they don't want it to be. No matter if it makes sense for them to progress in that direction or not. Sagittarius, the energy that I have here is really strongly what should be done. The right way of doing things, the right way of behaving. You know, what is so seemingly obvious, Sagittarius, to you could not be at all obvious or even understood. The ability to comprehend what you do, Sagittarius, to understand. You know, there's a perception gulf between what you can realize and what other people can't grasp. Certain things should be obvious, certain things should be innate, Sagittarius. But, you know, perceptiveness, understanding, comprehension, belief, all those things vary, Sagittarius, from person to person. It could be sunlight outside, Sagittarius. It could be sunlight outside, Sagittarius. But if a person, Sagittarius, is walking outside with their eyes closed, might as well be the deepest and darkest of nights. Energies coming up here, as I said, we have Scorpio, Aquarius, Virgo, and some Libra. So that's Scorpio energy, Sagittarius. Scorpio energy gets a Page of Wands, the Star, and a 5 of Swords. Really strong Aquarius energy coming up here for you, Sagittarius. Maybe you have Aquarius placements as well in your chart. I do read my Fools as Aquarius too, by the way. Star and Five of Swords is Aquarius energy. We also have a lot of fives that popped up here. You know, fives are hallmarks of transformation, the needed ingredient to ensure, Sagittarius, that you don't remain where you are. And the longer you remain, Sagittarius, the more and more uncomfortable it will be. Until, Sagittarius, there's a breaking point and you change. Sagittarius, ultimately what I have here is, realization about who and what you have been working with, who and what you have been attached to, Sagittarius. Seeing exactly how far you could go, Sagittarius, with those attachments. Keep it broad. You know, Sagittarius, some people have the capacity to travel 5 feet, and some people have the capacity to go miles. And that's the sort of gulf that we're talking about here, Sagittarius. And in the energy particular that I have here, Sagittarius, the person who can go 5 feet believes they are going miles. Can't tell them otherwise, Sagittarius. Sagittarius, what I have coming up for you, what would like to follow you into 2026, is someone ultimately, Sagittarius, who is no good for you. Sagittarius, as I said, what you perceive and what they perceive really are strikingly different. And that perception base is a formation for everything this person believes is possible to be gained, to be worked on. And also, too, Sagittarius, what creates value in their life. And would like to go and believe, Sagittarius, what they value in their life, you would value in yours as well. But Sagittarius, as I said, this person goes 5 feet, not miles. When they should go miles, maybe I'll put it that way. Sagittarius, I have an ability gulf, mainly of comprehension, to see quality, to see the so-called common sense of how one should regard life or act through life, and they're not. And Sagittarius, I see this person following you, trying to follow you into 2026. You know, as I said, Sagittarius, with that emotional attachment of Knight of Cups and Two of Cups, the affection, the ties are real, but the ability to develop those ties are vastly different between you and this other person. And that's what I see for Sagittarius. I'm also going to say, too, Sagittarius, with that energy that came up initially, that first pull of Judgment, 10 of Cups, and the Star. Sagittarius, you need to focus on someone who will put your happiness, your combined happiness, as their number one priority. Sagittarius, why wait for later what you should have now? Insist upon it. Okay. So let's go on to the next sign. The next fire sign, that's going to be Leo. Leo, what is going to follow you or attempt to follow you into 2026? What should you be aware of, Leo? Could be a good thing, Leo. It could be a not so good thing, Leo. It could be something that you have been dealing with up to so far, Leo. Could be something you haven't seen or dealt with in a while, Leo. What will follow the Leo collective? For me right now, that's a sun, a moon, and a rising. Maybe you could consider a Leo signature sign. Right, there are ways that you could have that energy, a particular sign's energy, quite prominent without your chart in your chart. I leave that up to you, Leo, to decide. But for the Leo collective, what in 2026? From the past, will try and arrive and go, hi. Remember me. I'm here. I'm back. Deal with me. Let's see, Leo. Thank you for the like. So, Leo, what I have for you, I have Empress. Leo, who would not want to try and make sure they follow their little bunny tails, Leo, all the way around you, Leo. Very nice to be around you, Leo. Lots of benefit to be gained from you, Leo. In this energy, Leo, what a marvelous ambiance you set, Leo. Also, to Leo, the closer they are to you, Leo, the better it is. The better life is, Leo. So that's first of all to go and keep in mind who or what will follow you in 2026. Leo, I want to say, is not what will, what won't. Like everything, Leo, that can follow you will follow you. It's very comfortable to be around you. Also, too, Leo, what they gain from you, they know, Leo, that as long as they are in a certain type of proximity towards you, ever growing closer, Leo, there is more and more to gain. Leo, with you, the value they can glean from you just isn't something that could be pinpointed in the horizon, Leo. You, Leo, are like an endless pool of water, depths unfathomable, Leo, of what you can provide, what they can gain, the nourishment, the support, the luxury, the comfort, the ease, Leo, the beauty, Leo, that they can gain from you. Anyway, Leo, that's what I see. Lots of attachments to you. Leo, meeting you, make no mistake, Leo. Meeting you was a day that fortune shined upon them, Leo. Leo, I want to go and ask you in this energy, how many connections, Leo, that you've made before have persisted even in, well, depending upon how much space and how much room you give it, Leo. But I would imagine in this energy, Leo, is it a little hard to shake people off? Because literally, the energy I have here, it was a gift, Leo, to meet you. It was a gift, Leo, to get close to you. A gift, Leo, to become outside of that range of just a mere acquaintance, Leo. And even to become a mere acquaintance and have the chance, Leo, to develop that into friendship and something more, Leo. A gift from fate that they're quite aware of. Anyway, Leo, that's what I have so far for you. I have you in, excuse me, very desirable energy. Very sticky energy. People coming to you, Leo, like a magnet on a fridge. And there are plenty of magnets out there, Leo. And don't think, Leo, in that whole fridge analogy that we're using, you could be there, I have a couple magnets here. I could take some more magnets here. Leo. Just because there is bounty doesn't necessarily mean, Leo, you need to spread it. Quiet, Coachy. So let's go and find out more about this Empress. I have the World, Leo. I have Page of Wands, Leo. 8 of Wands. Well, this energy is actually kind of interesting, Leo. Everything I said, Leo, I still want you to pay attention to that. But the energy I have here is interesting as I've continued to go and pull out. So first of all, we have some 8s coming up here. 8s may be significant. 8s are also a number of transformation and fate. Also destiny. In this energy too, though, Leo, I have destiny is what you make of it. And Leo, in the energy I have for you as Empress, clarified by the World, Page of Wands, and 8 of Cups, Leo, you are no slouch. And I would say that's precisely the sorts of energy, precisely the sort of reason why people want to go and keep in contact with you. Because they know too, Leo, that the gains that you have created, that you have built so far, Leo, that's not where you level off. There's going to be additional ways, Leo, that you pivot and evolve and discover new gains, yet unimagined. And I see lots of transformation for you, lots of growth, new opportunities coming. Those new opportunities are precisely, Leo, why connections that you have made already keep in contact with you. Leo, as I said, you have a wide range, a wide group of people and circumstances that will want to keep in touch with you. And ultimately, it's because of where you're going, Leo, and they'd like to be carried along with you as you continue your journey, what you build out in life. They want to be a part of that. They want to be given the opportunity for that. Energies coming up here, Leo. I have some Taurus, Sagittarius, Pisces. I had some other energies. I don't know if I read them. But essentially, as I said, you have a bunch of people here. And I have people here, Leo, who precisely the people who are going to be reaching out to you, what's going to reconnect, I would say, are Leo people who are similarly interested in making big gains. It's like a very strong entrepreneurial type of energy here. They definitely, Leo, are going to reach out to you because of where you're going and where they expect by being around you, new connections, new opportunities that could be made through you as a facilitator, as a bridge. Who you know, Leo, they want to know as well. Where you go, Leo, they want to follow. That's essentially who and what is going to follow you into 2026. I have my little gray and white pink nose. Oh, gee, gee, gee. Chi. 1 second. Chi, stop harassing him. And do you want some more for to eat everything else? Get your bowl. Yeah, because it's too real. Okay. Put some more kibbles out. Feel like I'm being worked over food. My little Siamese male is getting chunky too, I noticed. He's gaining weight in the last 2 or 3 weeks. He still is an okay weight, but normally he has activities to do, so he's always slightly underweight because he burns so much, and I guess he's just been sitting. I haven't been playing with him that much. All my fault. Have to start playing with the cat again. Anyway, let's go on to the next collective. Shall we go on to water? Let's do Pisces. So that would be Pisces sun, Pisces moon, Pisces rising. Pisces, what is going to follow you into 2026? What will attempt to follow you into 2026? The important things, Pisces. The things of value, Pisces, is going to follow you into 2026. The important connections, Pisces, of people who you are meant to live life with, Pisces. Family, and also to those who believe in what you do, Pisces. Who value what you bring, Pisces, what you do, Pisces, what you have done, Pisces. I have reconnection here, Pisces. I also have solidification of bonds here, Pisces. I have the good things following, excuse me, the good things following you, Pisces. 7 of Swords, 6 of Cups, 10 of Wands. Pisces, you spend a lot of time going through a lot of people. Is that the right way of saying it? Or you've given a lot of time to those who, do I say you cared about, those who you were friendly with, maybe both, Pisces, but you've given it time to go and see how those people really display their actions, excuse me, their words, how their words match up with their actions. You know, are they really providing support, Pisces, or were they, Pisces, just trying to box you in their own way? 6 of Cups, 7 of Swords. Pisces, it feels like in all this energy, lots of people around you have been shed, or lots of people around you, Pisces, their avarice, Pisces, their, I don't want to quite call it greediness. Their mercenariness, Pisces. Also, too, perhaps their competition with you, Pisces. A whole bunch of things in that not so nice energy, Pisces, has been revealed. Revealed to such a point, Pisces, that you know who and what are the toxic people and how, Pisces, they deserve no place in your life. Not that they wouldn't mind Pisces being a part of your life. Thank you for the like. But Pisces, that door is closed. You've given them enough time, enough space to go and really see who they are. And also, as I said here, whether this is competition, avarice, greed, mercenariness, things that they expected to gain from you, Pisces, and things that they expected to take from you. I'm not going to say gain. I'm going to say take. Take, and also to perhaps, Pisces, in the process of doing this as being someone close to you, stomp. Anyway, very unproductive, not nice energy. And what I see here ultimately in 2026, Pisces, I see really good, solid people behind you. Really good, solid people around you. For the first time, Pisces, or the first time in a while, Pisces, I see a garden for you, Pisces, without pests, without all the negativity. I see a perfect environment. So Ace of Cups for Pisces. I have a Knight of Swords. I have the Fool. And I have Justice. Pisces, 2026 is your year. Of course, it's a year of vibration of 10. With 10, we could take that down to a vibration of 1. We have some 10s, we have some 1s. Fool is initially, or basically the start of all things. Just curious what's behind there. Another 10. We have a little bit of a pattern there, don't we, Pisces? Of course, 10s can break down to 1s. So I'm going to say, Pisces, 0s, 1s, and 10s could be very relevant to you. Of course, we're moving into a 10-year. Oh, Pisces, so much crap is going to be retired. There's no space for Pisces for you to give it. Of course, 10 of Cups is also Piscean energy. You've worked through enough crap, Pisces, to fully ensure that you have buried it, Pisces. I have a new start energy. I have new energy for you, Pisces. I have a better way of living and life coming up for you, Pisces. 2026, what's going to follow you, Pisces? Only that which benefits you. That's the only thing that's going to follow you into 2026. That which benefits you and that which gives you the freedom, Pisces, for the new. 2026 is your time, Pisces. You can make really significant goals, Pisces. Pisces, don't bother thinking about how this year has been, last year has been, 5 years ago had been, 10 years ago had been. You get the idea, right? Don't bother thinking about the past, Pisces. Bit by bit, Pisces, you have been burying everything from the past in your energy so much, Pisces. It is now dust and ash. It has no more form for you, Pisces, and therefore no more reality, no more shape. Anyway, Pisces, beautiful energy for 2026 for you. Signs, Pisces. Well, you could take it back and look at the signs. I really didn't get so much the fact that there were signs that were relevant, Pisces, as much as completely new era, completely new phase, and only the best is going to follow you. Coachy, why are you meowing the whole time? He thinks if he can act cute and pathetic with his little boy meows, it's going to pay off for him. Of course, I do think he has the cutest meows out of all the cats I have. He's my biggest cat, and yet he has the most daintiest meows of everyone. It's like his meows are the type of meows you would expect to hear from a pussycat. Like little tinkly voices, little hesitant voices. Come on, Chi-Chi. Come on. Don't hassle him. And then I have one Siamese who particularly specializes in a very gravelly voice. Doesn't sound like a cat. I've had some people think it was a baby crying in the background, but he also has this very gravelly, guttural meow. He is an ugly meow, I have to say. Come on, Coachy, stop it. No. Quiet. Be in there, be quiet. We have food yams, they're not coming out. Of course, maybe I should let him out for a second. I'll be back in 1 second. I have my 2 boys are acting out around me. Why are you going in the cubby? All right, you're out. One thing too, when I do my readings, I can't have all 4 of them out because then they'll act out. It's like they just find different things to do to be bad behind my back. But I can have 3 of them out at the same time. Anyway, as I look at my begonia that has been steadily munched on, torn like paper, not really munched, torn. Let's go on to the next water sign. So we did Pisces. Let's check out. Who should we check out? We have Scorpio and we have Cancer. Maybe let's check out Cancer and then we'll do Scorpio. So what will follow or attempt to follow Cancer in 2026? What will follow Cancer in 2026? Hangman. Temperance. Not quite sure how I feel about this energy, Cancer. I have some Piscean energy here. I have some Sagittarius energy here. What I have here, Cancer, well, I have peace. It's also like making amends. Something that's been meaning to be done and something that's been should be done, hasn't been able to get around to it. Maybe we'll get around it now. This is lurking. some sort of a conclusion has been permeating, a slight, slow, steady boil, Cancer, around you. An acknowledgement, Cancer. Relief, Cancer. An apology, Cancer. Something along those lines that's been permeating in your energy. Things that are owed you, Cancer. But for whatever circumstances or whatever individuals, Cancer, hasn't exactly been enacted that which is owed to you. And it's been weighing on their mind for some time period, Cancer. What was done is not going away. You are not going away, not in front of their face, Cancer, but on their mind. The energetic actions of what was done, the weight of it, well, emotional weight of guilt, Cancer. Is it guilt? It's something that Cancer, someone, or maybe in this energy of major arcana, maybe collective misdeeds, Cancer. We'll call it that. Maybe if we were being kind, we could say missteps, misdeeds. Anyway, their actions, when they can get away with it, they really didn't exactly get away with it, Cancer, because it's been weighing on them so much. And this is just something that's been building in your energy. It's like, Cancer, as you go forward and as people have done misdeeds, missteps towards you, Cancer, you know, I don't really want to call this reconciliation, but I am going to call it acknowledgement. And perhaps some, it's not even apologies, but attempting to remediate what this could be. That's been gathering in your energy a while. All right, so that's like your basic energy that's here. This has just been brewing, Cancer. This is not just now. This has just been continuing and not going away. It's like, too, the more that you have moved on, Cancer, those people that have done those misdeeds or missteps, they've doesn't matter if it was 2 weeks ago or 12 years ago, it remains as one of the failures that showed what kind of, do I say the word? Excuse my language. That showed this person or these people, Cancer, at their shittiest moments. I'm not inclined to curse, but, this just for all the times, Cancer, that we like to go around and present ourselves as our best people. And then, Cancer, there are some people that as they go around and go, oh, I'm so great. I do great this and great that, and I have great that and great this. For some of those people, Cancer, there are the times when they kicked kittens, they kicked puppies, they made little kids cry, etc., right? I mean, like, not even like their kids or their puppies or whatever. I mean, they just went out of their way because they could to be nasty. They said, oh, I don't like how this makes me feel. I'm going to go and be nasty. I can be nasty at this moment, in this situation, with you. And as I said, whether we want to call it a misdeed or a misstep, for semantics' sake, I'm just calling it nasty. This person saw an opportunity to be that way. No one would know. No one of importance would know. I can move away. But still, that was a blight. and then you just moved on. And they were left with the fact that they did a really nasty thing, despite as much as they like to tell themselves they're so great. Anyway, Cancer, that's what's been building up in your energy. Significant energy coming up here. Well, Hangman is Pisces. I have Sagittarius. Chariot is Cancerian energy. And then I have Aquarius. If I was to peek a little further back here, I have some more Aquarius, Leo, and Taurus energies. I also have Cancer, if I was to look a little bit into this back energy. You know, it's ultimately too like someone just didn't want you. I don't know, they want to throw a wrench in you. They want to see you trip. Anyway, enough on that. Let's go and find out, Cancer, about this Hangman energy. As I said, this is just, feels like energy that just accumulates with each year that goes by. I'm going to take that, even though that fell out, but I'm still going to pull 3 anyway. So Cancer, what's going to follow you into 2026? Ultimately, Cancer, someone or someones are going to realize they can never really be the great person they imagine themselves to be. When they did something shitty to you at some point. And you don't have to call them out on it, Cancer. Cancer, it just hovers there. Like something right above their head. And it's not a halo. And they feel its shadow, Cancer. They see it out of the corner of their eye, Cancer. That shitty thing that they did. And ultimately what I see here, you know, this could follow you. Well, what's following you definitely to 2026 are, you know, the memories of the people that did the bad to you. And they see that as it was unnecessary of them to do so. And no matter how great of a person they like to imagine themselves being, it doesn't take that. And what they continue to do, so-called good thing, great things in the future, or be perceived by as being great by people who now hold importance in their life, Cancer, still doesn't change the fact that to you they did nasty. That eats up a portion of their mind and of their heart more than what they would like to acknowledge. It makes them feel a little bit like a fraud. Cancer, this could come for you in 2026. This could also continue to linger in your energy through 2026, 2027, 2028, and so forth. But Cancer, I have people who did nasty to you, wanting to go and address the situation to you, see how you feel about it. Hello, I don't necessarily have a resolution here, but I do have, Cancer, that this person feels that they are essentially a good person, essentially a great person. Essentially, Cancer, these people all have something in common, and they believe that they have leadership qualities that either they embody or people look to. And when it comes to how they treated you, Cancer, all that's revealed as a sham. And that's why these people are in your energy. They will continue to be in your energy until some sort of, I don't know if I call it confrontation. It's aired out in the open. Even if it's just to go and see Cancer, if you would go and talk to them or deal with them or ignore them. But that's in your energy. That will continue in your energy. Because it just isn't one specific person. It's a trail of them. You linger in their energy like that. Thank you for the like. All right, let's go on to the next water sign. That will be Scorpio. So, Scorpio collective. What wants to follow you into 2026, Scorpio? Scorpio sun, Scorpio moon, Scorpio rising. So far, we did fire, just about to finish up water, and then we have air and earth remaining. So, Scorpio, what wants to follow you into 2026? Four of Pentacles, Six of Pentacles. I have some Capricorn and Taurus energy here, Scorpio. Old energy here, Scorpio. Watchful energy here, Scorpio. You know, Scorpio in a connection or connections, I don't know, we'll see. Someone feels like they didn't get everything they should have gotten, or it hasn't even started yet. Maybe they're not ready to go and get it started yet, Scorpio. But someone definitely feels like in your connection, a lot more is yet to be done. Between you and them, unwilling to let go, Scorpio. Are they unwilling to give what you want, what you require, what you ask for? Is it all about a game of mediation and diplomacy, what I offer as opposed to what you'll get? Could be, Scorpio. But I definitely have Scorpio, someone believes they are owed more from you. There's more from you to get. What they intended to get or what they'd like to get in the first place, Scorpio, they never really got. They got just enough, Scorpio, to be excited about the more that they want, the more that drew them to you in the first place, Scorpio. Energies also coming up here are Aries and Aquarius, in addition to Taurus and Capricorn. But yes, Scorpio, I have the feeling of what's owed. I also have excitement. I don't see them showing this excitement, Scorpio. But you know, Scorpio, they see anything worth of gain, anything worth of true gain to be something that they have to work for, something that they have to wait for. And they're willing to wait, Scorpio. They're willing to wait because they believe you're worth it, Scorpio. I wouldn't exactly be flattered, though, with this energy, Scorpio. Because as I said, this person believes there's lots to gain from you. Very excited about it. Playing you, Scorpio, can be unreadable. This person is interested a whole lot more than they let on, Scorpio. Very, 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 very interested. Very, 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 very calculating. And not displaying that interest at all, Scorpio. Now we're going to say two-faced energy, Scorpio. It's not even two-faced. This person has a whole entire plan going on behind shut doors privately. Excuse me. So I have 4 of Pentacles, Wheel of Fortune, Page of Wands, and 3 of Swords. Scorpio, is there a connection or has there been connection, Scorpio, that's just hard for you to shake off? Like Scorpio, you could see the potential of what could be if that person just actually moved in a constructive way towards you, in the proper way towards you, in a nice way towards you, Scorpio. I have somebody here with all the ability to do so, Scorpio, but withholding the, actually making the motions. It's like they're promising, they have the promise there. They have all the tools for you to go and see, yes, it's possible, but their actions are completely lacking. With their actions, they might as well be just a torso with no expression, no arms, no legs, no eyes, no voice. They're just a space they occupy because they're not utilizing any sort of gifts or any sort of means of communication to form anything worthwhile for you to build upon. Scorpio, that's what's going to follow you into 2026. Someone, Scorpio, who you felt, maybe you felt, Scorpio, that at a certain time and place you thought, gee, this person is just, you had sincere admiration, excitement, and hope in this person and what they could do, what you could do together. But Scorpio, while your intentions were there, this person's intentions were a lot more convoluted. This person, Scorpio, I do think in this energy too, you probably made it quite clear openly how you were open and available to know them, to build with them, to be friends with them, to work with them, whatever. Be with them. We'll just say be with them. And then they start going all I don't know, sideways on you. Start going off in like opposite directions. The moment they knew where you stood, Scorpio, then they started playing some really dodgy games. Anyway, Scorpio, what I see following in 2026, someone who knows that you liked them. Maybe you still like them. And Scorpio, I see that as you find new things to involve yourself in and you go further and further away from them, Scorpio, I see this person coming back. Because Scorpio, they liked the fact, at least at that time, that you said, hey, I like you. I want to know more about you. I want to spend time with you. I want to build with you. There's something here that could be really special, and let's see about it. Scorpio, the moment they knew that possibility was there with you, they went off somewhere. Scorpio, they got slippery. And Scorpio, I see this person coming back to you the moment they feel like, hey, Scorpio's no longer in my fan club. Scorpio's no longer my number one. I see them coming back to you, Scorpio. And Scorpio, I don't think they're coming back to you in good energy. I think they're coming back to you, again, just to prove that you're tied to them. You're tied to them without them even doing one constructive, supportive, nurturing, empathetic, or caring action towards you, Scorpio. They're coming back to you to play games. That's what's going to try and follow you in 2026. All right. Ah, that's so Maria. Yes, not at all a good person. And the more that distance comes in there, I see this person coming back just to prove that you are still tied to them or could be tied to them, and engaging just enough for them to feel like you'd be like that for them, and then dropping off again. So don't trust someone in that energy. They will hurt you again because that's what they feed off of. Not a nice person. Let's go on to the next sign. We have Earth and Air left. Shall we do Earth? Let's see. Shall we do Taurus? All right, so Taurus Sun, Taurus Moon, Taurus Rising. And if you have more significant energy, if you feel Taurus, whatever, feel free. But anyway, that's the collective that we're focusing on for Taurus. Kochi, be quiet. He says, I'm in my bag. Quiet, just go in your bag and be quiet. He's really acting stubborn, my little gray and white pussycat. I think he probably needs also to be played more. Anyway, let's go on to, oh, by the way, he is a Taurus too, my little kitty cat. 3 of my kitty cats are Taurus. I have 3 Taurus kitty cats, and I have 1 Scorpio kitty cat. And my Scorpio kitty cat is in love with one of my Siamese girls. The Siamese is in love with the Siamese. And then my little calico girl tries to flirt with him. And he just won't have it. He has only eyes for the Siamese. She's just boss, you know, she just literally bosses all of us around, including me. Anyway, that's the dynamics of cat household. Taurus. Let's go and see what is going to follow you. What will try and follow Taurus into 2026? Could be something, Taurus, from this year, 2025. Could be something, Taurus, from before, way before, or near before. Let's go and see. Taurus. Let me make sure Taurus too. I'm not pulling on like kitty cat energy. Excuse me. Kitty cat energy. So give me one more second to make sure I'm not going to go and like, you know, convolute this into Taurus collective, including my cats. Anyway, Taurus. What's going to follow you into 2026? Of course, Hierophant is Taurus energy. Ace of Cups. Support Taurus. What's going to follow you into 2026, Taurus, is support. One could say, with the fact that we have the Hierophant here with Ace of Cups, that support Taurus was never really able to be utilized or have the resources, Taurus, to utilize the support, the gains that this system under Hierophant could offer. But for whatever reason, Taurus, some sort of seed, Taurus, some sort of connection, Taurus, made back then or back now, as we're still in 2026, something that was done before Taurus wasn't able to be created or be realized until now, until next year. I have a card under here. Interesting. So sevens may be relevant here, Taurus, as we have a 7 of Wands, 7 of Swords. Energy is coming up here, Taurus. I have Cancer, Scorpio, Libra, Aquarius, and some Leo. Am I going to take a peek further back? Maybe some Aries. And ultimately, what I have here, Taurus, is kind of like lines are being drawn. You know, enough Taurus has sort of been nibbling at your edges. Enough games have been played. You have been dancing to other people's agendas enough. And those agendas have been ultimately, Taurus, beneath you. But in this energy, Taurus, it's like you did what you had to do. You do what you have to do. And Taurus, that's been acknowledged. And also, too, no matter what kind of situation you've been thrown in, Taurus, you still have adhered to yourself, your internal moral ground, your internal moral compass, your logic. You have seen things unfettered, regardless of the situation that you're in or who you're dealing with. You've seen things, Taurus, for what they are. And Taurus, just because you were thrown into or were dealing with unpleasant things, let's just say that, Taurus, didn't mean, Taurus, that you became cutthroat and nasty likewise. Just because poo-poo was thrown at you, Taurus, didn't mean that you went out there and threw poo-poo too. No, Taurus, you just moved on. You didn't go down to their level. That's essentially what I have here, Taurus. And in that behavior, Taurus, of, you know, unpleasantness being thrown at you, unpleasantness that you had to deal with, Taurus, and you likewise didn't turn back and engage in that unpleasantness. You know, whatever we want to call it, Taurus, the angels up above, Taurus, some discerning people, Taurus, who have watched how you operate, Taurus. Maybe both, Taurus. Well, notice has been taken about how you conduct yourself regardless. And what I feel here, Taurus, is that some connection that was made before, some platform that was possible but didn't come through for you, Taurus, it's finally going to come through for you now. Taurus, you have a blessing coming for you in 2026. And that blessing, Taurus, was not possible for it to be realized. Although, Taurus, it probably would have been really, really, really appreciated if it came sooner. I'm also going to say here too, Taurus, with it's like, here I am. With 7 of Swords and Hierophant. Taurus, this is just like being taken advantage of. You know, someone had the space to take advantage, so they did. The cat's like, where do I sit? She wants to sit on my lap. You want to sit on my lap? I'm actually comfortable the way I'm sitting. You just want to go and sit down? Okay. Anyway, yeah, Taurus. So that's the energies that I have here. You're getting a blessing in 2026. And as I said, I feel like part of that blessing is because, Taurus, you put up with a lot of crap. And I feel like you have been exploited or taken advantage of. You know, Taurus, just because they knew that it was in your benefit not to say certain things or act certain ways, although you could have. And still people knew that although it was only relevant, or the opportunity for them to be unpleasant was for that specific scenario, that specific time, they still ran with it, Taurus. I feel like there's been exploitation here. Anyway, Taurus, I have here restitution. I have a blessing for you. I have what is deserving of you, Taurus. I have some stability and support, Taurus. And also, too, I have a better wave of treatment and elevation overall being presented for you. I also have, Taurus, respect. I don't know if respect could go and play a theme. I mean, I feel like in this energy, you have respect is something innate to you overall, just in your overall person and how you operate and how you deal with others, how you conduct yourself, and all those sorts of things, Taurus. But I feel like the respect that you have gotten hasn't been nice, and I feel like that's about to change. I see you being elevated to a high position ultimately, Taurus. I see you being from a position that not many people can access. Oh, and I hear my shower going, Taurus. Not that much, but slightly. Which means the water is finally starting to thaw. Let me just go and check, because I also have the kitchen sink on, the faucet. Only the bathroom sink came on. But if that's the shower starting to move, I will take that too. It's a trickle. It was so cold yesterday afternoon that all the pipes froze in my building. So that means that the kitchen sink doesn't work, the bathroom sink doesn't work, the washing area, the shower, the tub doesn't work, the toilet doesn't flush, like everything has been frozen. I did have some water buckets around, but like back to some prairie type of something here. Not quite pumping out my own water, but I feel like I'm almost at that stage. Of course, I have very thin arms. I don't think I'd pump water very well. But I feel like it. I feel like I'm out there with like the snowshoes, and I'm mushing out in wilderness in my own way. Like the way of someone who doesn't know where the fuse box is. Anyway, so Taurus, I have an Ace of Cups for you. As I said, I have a blessing. And I feel like, too, with this blessing that I have, Taurus, the way that people are going to be able to access you, all that's going to be vastly changed, Taurus. People are going to have to treat you carefully, Taurus. And I also see in this energy, they'd want to treat you carefully. I have High Priestess, Queen of Swords, and I have the Fool. Knight of Wands, bottom of the deck energy, the Sun, King of Wands, strong fire, Taurus. Maybe someone with strong Leo and Sagittarius energy could play into it. But Taurus, I see a lot of crap that you've been dealing with. I see that permanently ending. I see the very basic scenarios, Taurus, that led you to be a participant in that crap, in that unpleasantness, changing. What led you to deal with those things? You're not going to repeat that again, Taurus. I see new scenarios, new people for you to deal with. I also see some respect, Taurus, for who you are. I see a lot of respect for who you are and what you provide. I see a lot of people being enthusiastic and happy for the chance, Taurus, to go and work with you, to know you, to be part of your life, Taurus. 2026. I see someone opening up a door for you, Taurus, or perhaps doors. And in that connection, Taurus, an entirely new reality coming your way. And as I said, one with, I do see respect. High Priestess, Queen of Swords, and the Fool. Definitely, Taurus, whether we want to call it angels, we want to call it a specific person, or we want to call it both, Taurus. Someone is deciding, Taurus, that you have been smelling stink enough. Because it's literally, it's like being elbowed in a crowded car. And I see you getting space. And I see some respect coming your way. Significant respect. I see new ties being forged. Someone who had the opportunity, Taurus, to enact that for you before, for whatever reason, now they're finally able to do so. Also energy there, Taurus, I had Libra, Pisces, and Aquarius. I read my Fools as Aquarius, together with a Cancer. So you could also be thinking, Taurus, in your chart, they could be people. You know, I'd be curious in that energy to Taurus. Where do you have Cancer? Where do you have Libra? Where do you have Aquarius? Aquarius could be exactly that which endears people to you, draws people to you. Cancer could be exactly what, where you can actually describe that gain being. Libra could be how you work through that, or your process, your method of handling it, how that would affect it, or the evolution you'd have. Things of that nature. Let's go and see our next Earth sign. And that would be, let's see, what would that be? We have Virgo and we have Capricorn. And then we have air. So let's see. Who should we see? Let's see Virgo. And then we'll see Capricorn. Virgo, what is going to follow you into 2026? What will attempt to follow a Virgo into 2026? Faith. That's what's going to follow you, Virgo, into 2026. Faith, hope. Virgo, this could be a philosophy of yours, Virgo. This could be a very specific project of yours, Virgo, or very specific people, Virgo. But I see that something that you have faith in, that you believe in, hasn't necessarily been successful for you yet, Virgo, but you believe in it, Virgo. You believe in how it could be given the right circumstances. That's essentially what I see following Virgo. I see faith or hope, something that you are very much committed to. So we have some strong Libra energy coming up here, Virgo. Very strong Libra with a 3 of Swords, Justice, and a 2 of Swords. Virgo, something that you believe in, that you see the worth of. That worth hasn't come forward to you yet. Excuse me, Virgo. If anything, maybe you have suffered a little bit of a setback towards it, Virgo. But still, Virgo, faith in it, the belief in it is so strong. And Virgo, you can see with just the right circumstances, the right outcome producing for you, resulting for you. Now we have an Ace of Cups here, Virgo. Faith of something that did not quite go through, but now is going to. Virgo, with that Libra energy, I'm going to say either you could have suffered a setback during some early fall type of way or a time. Maybe somebody with significant Libra energy. And maybe too, Virgo, if you have Libra in your chart where that Libra sits, you haven't been able to realize satisfaction in those areas. Something to think about, Virgo, if you have Libra energy. I would also look, even if you had Libra in an empty house, consider the house, and maybe you have an asteroid or two in there. Take a peek at those. Why not, Virgo? Anyway, so I have an Ace of Cups, Virgo. 6 of Cups. 4 of Wands. 4 of Wands actually poked up before. Your faith is well placed, Virgo. Your hope is well placed. You need to give that which you hold precious to you, that which you believe in, that which you have faith in, Virgo. Just continue to give it the right amount of time, Virgo, or more time, Virgo. Give it time, Virgo. And also, too, Virgo, don't bury it. Look for the opportunities, Virgo, because, Virgo, those opportunities are coming. That's all that I could say for you. 2026 was going to follow you in there. Virgo, something hasn't exactly been working out for you and something that you have faith in. But Virgo, you can see the success in it. You know the success is there. And Virgo, that success is building for you. That success is here for you to claim. 2026 is going to be a year, Virgo, in which you are validated and vindicated in what you have held important to you and you have not slouched or stepped back from. Interestingly enough, Virgo, I am going to say with the energy that I have here, even with 6 of Cups, 4 of Wands, and 10 of Pentacles, King of Pentacles, we do have some very strong family. Then we have some birth type cards. I mean, if I was, reading that, I see them just calling it out as it's a collective reading, but I have very strong family, in addition to everything else, very strong family cards, very strong birth cards. So, I don't know, kid that follows you in 2026. I don't know why it's a collective. But the energy is there, Virgo. Also, too, I do see, ultimately, its highest level, Virgo, I see faith for you. I see the faith that you've held and that you've persevered for in nurturing and keeping the bonds together. I see that paying off for you. That's the highest level message for you. If I was going to dig a little further into here, I definitely see some movement, some solidification around your family and household. I see some very nice wealth coming for you that will benefit all those that you love. I do see that. I also see the bonds that you form with the people who you care about being strengthened and solidified. Maybe they're solidified as well through additions. We're not. I don't try and get into specifics with collective readings, but that's here. expansion, maybe Virgo, of people who will join your family too. It doesn't necessarily have to be a literal birth. It can just be Virgo. There is more expansion, more important people coming to your personal space. And people, Virgo, ultimately who's going to share the beliefs and the values that you hold very important and very dear. At its highest level, Virgo, that's what I see for you. I do see new starts and new beginnings. Of course, 2026 is the vibration of 10, goes down to 1. We have some 10, we have a 10 and a 1 vibration here. And ultimately, Virgo, that's what I see for you. I see a blessing for you as well in 2026. And I see vindication and validation of that which you hold dear. Because, Virgo, that's where your faith is, that's where your hope is. And that's going to bloom for you in a beautiful way upcoming. Let's go on to our next earth sign. And that's Capricorn. Thank you for the like. So Capricorn, what is going to follow you into 2026? Now, this could be something, Capricorn, from this year. It could be something from last year or 5 years ago or whenever. Just something from the past for Capricorn following you into this year. So I have some Aquarius energy here, Capricorn, and I have some Virgo energy here. I also have here, just calling that out, maybe you have placements, Capricorn in Virgo and Aquarius, one or the other. Maybe Capricorn, there's been somebody with some Virgo energy or some Capricorn energy significant in them, Capricorn, that keeps on popping up. You know, if these are energies, Capricorn is somebody with that energy quite significant around you, someone from your past, Capricorn. One would say in this energy, they pop up, Capricorn. You know, in the daily routine and schedule of you and the daily routine and schedule of them in the overall track of life. You know, fate likes putting you two together, again, in different ways. This is someone from your past, Capricorn. You keep on seeing them enough. Enough. Yeah. So I do have some past people energy in your, there's also another message here I'll get into too, Capricorn, before I start pulling, but going just a little bit more into those people that there could be somebody with significant Virgo energy, significant Aquarius energy, Capricorn. Maybe you could go and run into them. Like, you know, you're not exactly together or friends, but, or anything like that. I see at one point you obviously had a connection, but now I see that connection just being, you know, they're walking their path, you're walking your path, and yet still, you know, fate likes looping you in with those people. And I feel like with those people, Capricorn, you gave them space, or you had expectations of them. Could be even just to go and support you emotionally, to share happiness when in fact they did not. You know, they let you down in a significant way. I'm not really going to get into that so much, but what I do see here, Capricorn, maybe with those people, because you thought some time would pass, and when you came across them again, maybe you thought things could be a little different, like where things slipped up, Capricorn. You know, the pieces would now fit. The energy is in here, but, you know, ultimately what I have here is that everything's still very much a work in progress. There's also a little bit of energy here, like inside jokes, not my inside joke, but that cosmic inside joke. Capricorn, is there someone who you keep on running into? I don't mean running into like every day or even every week, but maybe you run into them, Capricorn, like every 3 months or maybe every 6 months. There's something about your connection, where you are and what you do, that has you meeting this person from time to time. Also, I'm going to say too, Capricorn, what will follow you from 20 before to now with 8 of what was that, 8 of Pentacles and the Star? Well, both of them are numbers of 8. As I said, there's a little bit of a cosmic joke going around you, Capricorn. Like the fates or angels, etc. Someone in a non-earthly body is laughing a little bit at you. Not a bad joke, just, I don't know. It's like, Capricorn, there's something larger going on. And are you able to see it? More than just seeing those people, Capricorn, there's something larger at play. Something really bold and obvious, Capricorn, as daylight, as your hands, that you are overlooking because it's so prominent. And I think maybe you are just easily able to focus on other things. Also, too, the Star goes down to a vibration of 8. 17, it goes down to 8. 8 of Pentacles, so we're also talking about, we have some energy here. 8s may be significant, but they're also fate, destiny, transformation, the higher meaning. Those sorts of energies are at play. Also too, 8 of Pentacles with the Star, Capricorn. Well, we're talking about the work that inspires you. We're talking about inspiration. So it's also a theme that's going to be following you into 2026. One could almost say to Capricorn, with the people who you keep seeing again, but circumstances just don't really pan out for you or haven't panned out for you yet to connect in a way that you'd like. That ultimately, Capricorn, those people in those situations are really to be nothing more than signs, like highway signs. What do they say? Next exit, turn left for, 39E or whatever, I-9, I-West, whatever. We're like, 35 miles till we reach this town. Turn at the traffic circle to go to this rest stop, etc. But those people literally could be nothing more to you now than overall signs, Capricorn, pointing you to where you want to be. And I do believe you're standing on it, Capricorn. I do believe you've been standing on it for a while now, Capricorn. So let's go and see some more information here. I have the Star, Capricorn, with Ace of Swords. I have 6 of Cups. And I have the Sun. Eights definitely could be relevant to you, Capricorn. What's going to follow you from 2026? Well, first of all, is knowledge, Capricorn. Capricorn, ultimately, I feel here like there's someone from your past, something, someone. I feel like it's someone, but it could be something from your past. Maybe it could be even a community from your past. That I could have seen you move away from Capricorn, and ultimately I think you could be drawn to come back to it. Maybe you could be drawn, Capricorn, to come back to a specific person, provided, Capricorn, that person says the right things, Capricorn, in this energy. If there is such a person, that person's always known what they could say to have you be by their side. They just were unwilling to do so. Still have strong Virgo and Aquarius energy coming up here. Maybe too they could have an Aquarius, Venus, and or Virgo. These placements could also be with Virgo in their Venus. They could be in their 7th house. Is it communication? I wonder. I feel like it could be in their moon. This is like the underlying things. Maybe their 8th house too. Could it be in their Pluto? I don't know. Something about this is just very like their engine. What where they get their strength from, and also too how they process things. Virgo, Capricorn, I'm like Virgo, saying Hermit. Anyway, yeah, very strong Virgo and Aquarius energy still relevant here, Capricorn. I feel like that's what 2026 could hold for you. You could be, it could feel just right for you, Capricorn, to reconnect with a either a community that you've known quite well before, or a person you've known quite well before. You could see that as a homecoming, Capricorn. Capricorn, the one caveat I'm going to point out here, especially when it comes to the Star card. Now, the Star card has lots of beautiful energy associated with it, right? A lot of people love the Star card. Of course, a lot of people love the Sun card. I'm always neutral in all the cards. And I'll tell you why I'd like you to be neutral on the Star card, Capricorn. And that's because the Star card presents the beauty of what could be, but not necessarily what is. The idea is there, Capricorn. The space is there. The intent is there. The vision is there. But lots of work, Capricorn, to realize it. And that's why I ask you to be cautious with the prospect of returning to someone quite attractive or a community, Capricorn, that you feel quite comfortable in. Because Capricorn, ultimately, under the star, the promise is there. But Capricorn, that promise has always been there. Always, the promise has been there. That's what led you to explore and give space to this connection in the first place, Capricorn, because the promise of what could be great. But sometimes, well, with all the times, right, with promises, they need energy, action, dedication, movement, building, collaboration to make those promises come out to be true. So I just want you to make sure, and I say that too because all this energy is very strong energy, very much a desire to reconnect or give a chance to what you already know, who you already know, Capricorn, because it's like now, they said what you needed to go and have be said, and also too, enough time or distance has been placed for them to again see the beauty, for you to again see the beauty in what could be. But the fact that all this energy is still clarifying the star card still tells me that ultimately what I'm seeing here, Capricorn, is a beautiful vision of what could be. So that's what worries me a little bit about this energy. A beautiful energy of what could be. Hopes and dreams, Capricorn. Hopes and dreams. You know, my readings, I believe hopes and dreams and wishes are beautiful things. I think they're things that we need to reconnect with and set time aside for in our life, no matter how mature we are. Just like little kids go and fantasize, Capricorn, ask a little 2-year-old about their fantasies, Capricorn. I think that, you know, everyone should have their still fantasies about what the future holds, what they want to do, what they want to see, who they want to be, what kind of world do they want to live in, all those sorts of things, Capricorn. What brings beauty and light and sparkle to our lives and to our life's path. But ultimately here, I see that's what's going to try and follow you into 2026. Reconnecting with someone who you know. Also energies I have here, I have Pisces, Libra, Scorpio, and Leo. Which of course Devil is Capricorn. But yeah, so that's what I would go and keep in mind, Capricorn. That could follow you into 2026. And I would just be cautious, Capricorn. It's beautiful, Capricorn. But it's a beautiful idea, Capricorn. A beautiful promise, Capricorn. Oh, and that's what worries me, Capricorn. So, I did Virgo, I did Taurus, I did Capricorn. We're on air, I believe. So, air. Who should we start off with first? Should we start off with Aquarius? Aquarius, what is going to follow you into 2026? Aquarius, let's go and see what wants to say hello to Aquarius. Is that dependency, Aquarius? Page of Pentacles with a 9 of Wands. Someone's very distraught at the separation, Aquarius. Distraught Aquarius. Not you being distraught Aquarius, not a distraught Aquarius. I have someone distraught at the separation from you, Aquarius. Energies coming up here, Aquarius. I have some Gemini, I have some Aries, strong Aries. Oh, Aquarius, it's like in this energy, Aquarius, someone here really, and I have some Capricorn coming up here too. Aquarius, in this energy, someone really thrived being with you. Everything they wanted in a person, everything they felt inspired by, everything good, Aquarius, they got with you. I really do feel in this energy, Aquarius, they got inspired by you. They liked working with you. They liked seeing or imagining the possibilities, Aquarius, of what could be together. What could be accomplished together? Where could you go together? Such a great pair, Aquarius. Complemented each other well, Aquarius. Haven't been able to build that out with you yet, Aquarius. Would like to, Aquarius. So, I have a Page of Pentacles. Excuse me. Page of Pentacles with, I have 8 of Swords, 9 of Swords. I have strong Gemini energy, Aquarius. You've hit someone in the heart, Aquarius. Aquarius, they want you to be the direction that they go to, Aquarius. One could say in this energy, Aquarius, they see you, maybe you don't quite see them, but they see you, Aquarius, as soulmate energy. Very special, Aquarius. You've hit them very special, in a very special way, Aquarius. Maybe they had commitment with you, Aquarius. Maybe that was never possible in the first place, Aquarius. Anyway, energies I have here. 8 of Swords, 9 of Swords, and the Lovers are all Aquarius. All Gemini energy. Very strong Gemini energy here. And then we also have some Taurus and Cancer, with some Aries still popping through. We can take the signs that I said in the latter part of the reading. But yeah, Aquarius, someone saw you and they were just blown away with some more Gemini energy coming up here. They were blown away with what could be with you. I would say in this energy, Aquarius, they never felt that way before. Aquarius, this person does have significant Gemini energy. And maybe you were a couple with them, Aquarius. Maybe you were not. But Aquarius, this could also be a connection that you're in already. Even if I say couple, maybe a couple isn't the right way to say it. Maybe you are connected with this person, Aquarius. Maybe you are not connected with this person. How's that? Because what I have here ultimately, Aquarius, is somebody who knows you. Someone who knew you. And Aquarius, they want to be much, much more closer to you than they ever have been. Aquarius, they want to be with you forever. And they want to be with you closely, tightly, interconnectedly. Aquarius, they want you to focus on them. Aquarius, they'd like you to like them as they like you. And that just has not happened yet, Aquarius. So frustrating for them, Aquarius. They don't understand what is slipping between them, around them, for them, Aquarius. I have a mystified, sad, upset, distraught person, Aquarius. And this person loves you with no other reason, Aquarius, than because it's you. They probably say, why do I love or am drawn to Aquarius so much with everything that has gone down? And yet they can't help it, Aquarius. That's who's in your energy, Aquarius. Someone from your past, or not even from your past. Aquarius, this could be someone from your past coming back to you. This Aquarius, this could also be someone who feels like they're not getting the full 100% of your attention. If this is someone in your energy right now, Aquarius, they want reassurances and they want to know that they are your only one, that they are the only one in your vision. Aquarius, one could also say in this energy, I wonder if there's anyone that you had a recent separation with. or anyone who you feel not as tied to as you once did and are moving away from that connection. Well, if so, Aquarius, that person definitely feels that that person's intention not at all to let you go, bend over backwards for you. And as I said too, this could also be someone who you are not dealing with. But as I said, they feel like although there's no reason for it, no reason that logically makes sense, they still acknowledge love for you, Aquarius, and will come back for you. And this could also be someone, Aquarius, that you just had not even the connection to go and build out the love that could be. Looks like a confession's coming your way, Aquarius. Or a demand, one or the other. If it's a demand, I don't really necessarily see that being a demand. I just see that being a plea type demand. Like when my cat Kochi cries from his cubby asking to be let out, and he does those little pathetic, cute tinkle bell sounding meows, even though he's the biggest cat I own. He goes meow, 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 but in the cute little meows, you go, oh, his heart is breaking and his meow sounds so cute and delicate, like that. Not like that one, that's my Siamese one. Anyway, let's go on to the next air sign. Who do we have? I hear you, Chi-Chi. I have to switch out my cats. Give me 1 minute. I'm going to go and change. It's okay, little honey. My other cats are saying, oh, what was that noise? Okay, I'll come and get you in a second. I'll be back in 1 second. Then I'll continue with Libra and Gemini. Okay, Kochi. You're in your bag. Go in the cubby. Come on, you're out. Go in the cubby. Do you want to come out? Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, we have Libra and we have Gemini. Excuse me. Let's see. Well, we had all that Gemini energy. Why not do Gemini first? Gemini, what is going to follow you into 2026? Let's see, that's Gemini, Sun, Moon, Rising. Of course, if you look at the Vedic calendar and the Western astrological things, you could find that you have a different sun in something else. What would it be? June Cancers would be Vedic Gemini suns. If you feel a correlation to it. And I'm sure similar things could happen for the moon and the rising. So Gemini, what's going to follow you to 2026? If anything's going to follow you, Gemini, into 2026, they better be hot on your trail. Maybe the only thing they'll be following from you, Gemini, is dust. Of course, Eight of Swords is Gemini energy. Gemini, you're finally going to be able to make some ground, cover some ground. where you had planned to go all along, Gemini. I have movement coming for you, Gemini. You were accessible to a certain way, in a certain way, Gemini. That's changing for you. Anyone that follows you, well, that's a little bit of mastery on their end. Because I see you, Gemini, going to where you need to go, as you need to go, in a completely different speed than you've operated in before. Big changes coming, Gemini. Big changes that not everyone can follow, or everyone could even find. Signs here, Gemini. I have some Cancer, Aquarius, Libra, maybe some Sagittarius, maybe some Virgo. Well, I feel like this is really the main part of the reading that I have here. I have you finally being able to move towards that which you want to, that which you planned, and you're moving at a speed that's going to make it very hard for things to follow you, Gemini. When you pick up and go, Gemini, you are gone. I don't see you leaving a trail that's easily followable or traceable for others to go and track you down. Now, of course, who knows, with that Chariot and Fool energy coming up there, Cancerian and Aquarius, emotional attachments to go the distance or to let things go, to adapt to what is needed at the time that's needed to be. Well, that type of energy is here, Gemini. Maybe the person who follows you is someone who is willing to do whatever is necessary for the gains they want. Possibility, Gemini. But I see you still moving very, very fast. You know, Gemini, the access, or perhaps what allowed you to be available to certain people and situations before, those circumstances has changed, Gemini. And I do see lots of movement your way. Energies I also have up here are Capricorn and Libra. Well, I have in your face, really decisive in your face energy. Gemini number one, I see you moving or covering a wide distance. I just see you, whereas before, Gemini, you have been operating in a relatively small space, small area, doing small things, Gemini. I see that expanding for you rapidly. I see you being someone overall who's very hard to go and pinpoint and track down, even to get the attention of. Because Gemini, I don't know what last year or the previous years have been, but in the energy that I just pulled, Gemini, it's like from doing the meaningful things that you are excited by and that you feel you're meant to do, you're best at. You haven't been exactly able to do that well, to do that effectively, to do that at a level deserving of you. And that's going to change, and that's next year. And that's precisely why, Gemini, you know, the availability that you had before is going to change. You're in a different era. It's just not necessarily doing work or doing activities, Gemini. Thank you for the like. Doing work or doing activities, Gemini, that you have to do for your day-to-day maintenance, Gemini. This is like finally, Gemini, some things are opening up for you in which you're actually doing your life path purpose. Right? Completely different. The sort of things, Gemini, that can motivate you to go and work like 22 hours a day, and can motivate you, Gemini, to doing what needs to be done at the time you need to do it, because you're actually making such substantial gains and progress in what you want to do. Not about, maintenance, Gemini, about the work that really matters, the things that really matter for the life, Gemini, that really matters. That's what's coming for you in 2026. And Gemini, it's not like they're going to be coming at you and handed to you in a silver platter. Those opportunities, Gemini, are there for you. And Gemini, you have to go out there and build it. You have to go and carve it out of the rock, Gemini. Like Herkimer diamonds, Gemini. So anyway, I see you being very busy in general. I see Gemini, something that could follow you into 2026. I see Gemini, first of all, let me make it clear. The only thing that's going to get your attention, Gemini, in 2026 from the past are people who are very straightforward. That energy I have here also too is, I don't see you giving any sort of space to anything that doesn't steeliclate, mixing up words here, clearly state, what their intentions are, Gemini, because as I said, your time is different now. I see you wanting people to cut to the point directly and follow through on it immediately. Anything that I see, propositions coming towards you, Gemini, from the previous year, connections that are known to you before, Gemini, but unless they clearly state what's needed. And also, too, they come to you with this very serious, no-nonsense type of energy. Gemini, I see you just, rolling right past them. I see that what's going to follow you in 2026 is anything that approaches you with true sincerity and worth. And Gemini, I see some other things following you too, but I don't even see you giving it the time or attention or day. Because Gemini, finally things are going to be moving in a really relevant way for you. Gemini, this is a year of building for you, 2026. You're going to be given opportunities that you have been prevented from obtaining or getting access to previously. Now those doorways are going to be open, but it's not going to be handed to you. You have to go out there and still delve into it. So I see this being a year of motion for you, a year ultimately of work for you to go and create the sort of ground that you want. And you don't have time for foolishness. Anything that goes and gets your attention, Gemini, previously, will because they have value, they are serious, they have ability, and they're transparent in what they can offer and what they want. Thank you for the like signs. Did I say signs? Well, I have some Cancerian, Capricorn, Libra energy. And then we have some Pisces, Libra, Cancer energy. But also take into the signs I said before. And our final air sign is going to be Libra. So, Libra. Let's see, Libra. (2026). (2026) in Libra. What is going to follow? What will try and follow Libra into 2026? anchors, Libra. Strong Gemini energy here with 9 and 8 of Swords. But ultimately, Libra, what I have here, what will follow you is someone or something seeking for you to lead them, direct them, be an anchor for them, ground them. Libra, I have someone who doesn't trust themselves. Maybe too in this energy, Libra, as they don't trust themselves, they find it hard to trust others. This person has mediocre faith, Libra. It's a person that will try and follow you. This person yet still seeks faith, wants faith, but is disheartened, scared. Perhaps Libra at an earlier point, another point, maybe in even their daily routine, Libra, all up to fluid interpretation. At some point, Libra, maybe even now, this person projects a very strong, confident appearance. They definitely have always, Libra, kept their business quiet. Energies coming up here, but besides Gemini, we have some Leo and some Capricorn, Libra, maybe some Taurus. This person is seeking relief, Libra. This person has been seeking relief, Libra. This is a person, Libra, maybe they appear to reinvent themselves. Maybe they look like someone who's been very, very busy with many, many things. Things perhaps that they enjoy or are good at, but ultimately, Libra, those things have not been paying off for them, have not been giving them the gains and the opportunities that they had hoped it would. And so they are in a corner, Libra. What they said was good, Libra, never really was all that good. And they've been faced with the enormity of some mess, Libra, that they have involved themselves in. I have death here, Libra. I have Emperor here, Libra. Libra, what's going to follow you definitely into 2026 is someone who you know, Libra, you know this person is someone who is a busy person, someone who I think does portray themselves or has portrayed themselves as someone who's successful as they go through business. Maybe too, they have a very jolly exterior in which they haven't really complained. Because as I said, Libra, this person likes to present themselves as strong, as confident. Some strong Sagittarius energy coming through here, Libra. Energies, Libra, I have some Gemini, strong Sagittarius. I have some Scorpio, Aries, and Aquarius. And I have what's going to follow you ultimately into 2026 is someone going to be asking for help. They're going to try and rely, Libra, on your strength to help them. They're going to reveal some things, Libra, too, about where they are that you didn't know. Maybe, Libra, you'll have the capacity to help. Maybe, Libra, you will only have the capacity to listen, perhaps to empathize, and to strategize. Because, Libra, the person who's coming to you, this person cannot see things clearly anymore. They are so clouded by fear and disappointment. They can't even think clearly or see clearly at this point. That's who's going to follow Libra into 2026. Someone who needs your help. Someone too, Libra, this person, you would have not assumed them to need your help in the first place. That's how strong they presented themselves to be. And you're going to find out how weak they are, how scared they are. And as I said, this person will ask for some sort of physical ability for you to provide for them, but also too, just as valuable, Libra, is your unclouded insight. Because this person, their mind is frayed. Well, those are messages for the collective. As I said, just thinking about certain things that have followed me around, like that woman with the cold from last week. And frozen pipes again after so long. I was curious about this. If you have any comments, please do share. Thank you for the likes. Do let me know if you appreciate my time with a like. If you would like to go and send a little love my way, help support the channel, donation details are in the pinned comment. You could also go and send something through YouTube, although YouTube does take about 30% off of all donations. And then if you do it through an Apple device, it comes out to 60% off. So ideally, something like Cash App would be best, only because YouTube has literally 30% to 60% they take. But anyway, and if you want to go and share any comments, please do. Thank you, Maria, for your time. All true. Well, just keep in mind, Maria, that's what's there. You can also pay attention to your, through these readings, your sun, your moon, and your rising. All right, until next time. I'm going to leave this on for a little bit, but definitely until next time. Bye-bye. As my little kitty is here. She's like sleeping. Everybody's quiet. Bye-bye.